ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to court. In a game where I have to wonder if at any point we are ever not going to be on the complete back foot. I mean, so far we're 2 for 2. Either AQ, either Solaris, either James. It's quite a choice of thumbnail. It's in the game. I just looked up keyframes from the game's animations. They knew what they were doing, and so do I. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this. Get it together, Apollo. Yikes! Athena! When did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuda Sanmari guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh, yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What's that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he had in his head. Isn't that just how the prosecution always is? Until we hit the brick wall that is the truth? It's like the prosecution keeps on saying, okay, we'll lead you like lemmings, and then stop right there. No, stop uncovering things. No, oh, there's the truth. Now I gotta come up with some more bullshit. Man, this is gonna be a cakewalk, even if that's true. Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready, and why I know I can... Oh, that's why I know you're ready, and why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Bullschmidt, is that where we're going with? I attempted to say bullspit, but my brain got ahead of my mouth. Or maybe it was the opposite. Mr. Wright is putting his full faith in me. I can't let him down now. I just gotta make an appearance here. Gotta make a cameo. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. There he goes again. Almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. If you say so, Apollo. You're starting to sound like Fulbright there. It's not my fault there's so much overlap in these voices. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine! Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rests on this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. You know, unlike those other times where it was the one time to shine. April 28, 8:30 a.m. District Courtroom. Courtroom number 6. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Once again, doing the wacky, gravelly voices was unhealthy for me. And after Saturday's stream, I had to take a lozenge, and I had to gargle some mouthwash, and I had to not speak for the entire other day. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not too much. And here's our man, Nayuta. And the prosecution. Prosecutor Sadmari. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying? Yes, I see. You're a Khura'inist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lonely monk from the kingdom of Khura'in. Do you mean lowly? Lowly monk. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll stick. That'll remain firmly in place. I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmari, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. So you know it's good. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. Nayuta Sadmari, he's really been making a name for himself apparently, but that nickname, the last rites prosecutor, wonder how that will come into play today. It's still going. Oh, I guess because of the camera mirroring, it would be like this. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manav Mystery. Hell yeah! Man of Mystery! Otherwise known as the Great Mr. Reyes. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. There's the autopsy report. Does it count as the updated autopsy report if that's the first one brought in? So, his death was just an unfortunate accident. It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, no longer need for me to remember to say magistry. It was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see. And you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I, unfortunately, had no other choice but to conclude as much. Exclamation mark! So that's how it's gonna be, huh? I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all.
Very well. And now, let us hear from the defense.
Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, never in all my time have I, heard anyone ask for the defense's opening statement. It's always been the prosecution's opening statement, and the defense just kind of rebounds everything back, pickleball style. I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you indeed are a lawyer of putrid mind. Putrid mind?
Prosecutor Sadmari?
Excuse me. Oh. Is that an actual language? I guess I should not yap so much, because I want to hear what that distinct voice line was. Either that was objection or that was silence. Or for all I know, he just randomly shouted buttermilk pancakes at me.
If you don't mind my asking, prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting?
It is not. That's what I figured. Usually, they come up with some kind of Simlish for these sorts of things. A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul towards enlightenment. It is a Khura'inist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So, basically, you're asking the defense to get real?
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners, and to guide a victim's soul to the twilight realm. I'm going to completely ignore the fact that you have a flawless record, and that every single person you have acquitted so far has been innocent. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down to the pit of hell, along with True Secret. This is starting to become real familiar. Second verse, same as the first. Now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid, pit of hell, is that any way to address someone in a court of law?
Prosecutor Sadmari, that may be the way you conduct trials in Khura'in, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here.
Your Honor, that was but a Khura'inist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize.
I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Khura'in, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial has only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way the prosecutor does things very varies by country. Why don't we take a look at this cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? That's probably what Sadmati was counting on.
What?
Bailiff, please bring in the first witness.
Oh dear. The stress and the snackos are back. I'm guessing that dealing with Sadmati caused her to revert all the way back, which really says a lot about him, doesn't it? Or maybe she was just raring to hop back on that snackoo train, huh? And she wasn't just munching on them. She was going down it like a wood chipper. Yeah, she looks like she does not want to be doing this, but it's necessary. Imagine if someone went into a courtroom with just cigarettes from corner to corner, or they brought in an entire jug of grog. They poured themselves a shot, put the shot down, and started going to town. That, unfortunately, is what we're witnessing here. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girl's gotta eat, right? She, seems a little stressed out. Detective Skye, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent.
I'm sorry?
Detective Skye, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end.
But I...
Let it go and move on. It looks like Emma has finally realized just what investigators are in for. If you're an Ace Attorney investigator, if you're an Ace Attorney investigator, you're not allowed to be happy. At least not for too long. You got as much as a target on your back as a Resident Evil helicopter pilot. Investigation is suffering. Welcome to the club, pal. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Cope. Oh no. Sad munch. Fine. I don't know about the divine part. When I get the punishment bit loud and clear. Did she spend her entire food budget on that one bag of snackos? Because I'm sure that Sadmati would be all too happy to slash that budget in half as well. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Sadmati don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Skye. All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Grammary poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me or is it a little different from the one in Ms. Wright's dressing room? This is a revised version of that poster. This one says cancelled under Mr. Reyes. That's right. Mr. Reyes left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Reyes' right forearm, near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch. That's quite a scar. Because of the accident, Magnifique Gramarye concluded Mr. Reyes was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifique announced Mr. Reyes wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifique's decision, Mr. Reyes tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused Magnifique to oust Mr. Reyes from the troupe on the spot. I see. So there's some bad blood there. Oh, that's their angle. Trucy wanted to conclude that bad blood. That's what the prosecution is trying to... that's their angle.
He kicked Mr. Reyes out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far?
When it came to magic, Troupe Gramarye was so passionate. Or should I say, extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time.
Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now the troupe's successor has committed a murder. Seems the troupe's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. God dang! This is this is starting to feel like a Sisyphean task. Not to win the game, but to have something pleasant to look forward to. Sheesh! Everyone's gobsmacked.
You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor.
Criminals with the impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Reyes apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troupe. And, speaking of comments from the stenography, let me go ahead and put that into its proper place. Can you not Windows 11? He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Troupe Gramarye someday.
Revenge? That certainly sounds antagonistic.
13-year-old poster has been updated. So now Mr. Reyes has been cancelled on social media, and he's got a big M on his forearm. The M stands for forearm. And then, his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? The defendant's motive. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troupe Gramarye during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Reyes was going to first steal the Gramarye notebook from the defendant. We have proof of that. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. That's quite a story. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Reyes, and made it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture!
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFam, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Reyes said, I'm going to reveal all of Troupe Gramarye's secrets on stage today. What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me? Allow me to give you one piece of advice, Defense. Oh? And what's that? My man just summoned a butterfly. Kirby fans in shambles right now. Everyone just got underneath their desks and pulled out the nearest broom to defend themselves. Let it go and move on. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life. I'm just trying to think about my knowledge of all religions and how many of them have concurrent hell/underworld and reincarnation. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, don't you exhale in front of me. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. That's just mean. It's one thing to try and wish death. Just being outright mean. You saying all these nasty things, that doesn't taint your soul at all? Or just because you're on the right side of things, that absolves you of all arrogance? You can say whatever you want as long as you're on the correct side, right? A stink bug?
Now then, Mr. Stinkbug, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. So mean-spirited.
Let me just go over my the stenographer notes here. The defendant's motive. So interesting. In the first trial, our lives were represented by the spirit icons, and now we have attorney badges. You think if Phoenix ever got into Smash Brothers, the attorney's badge would be his icon? Or would it be like his own silhouette? Or would it be a finger, like a hand pointing a finger? Alright, so, testimony. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Grammar to choose Maelstrom. Mr. Reyes is going to first steal the Grammar notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. So, here's the one thing that I want to know. The Troop Grammar creed, a true entertainer always, keeps a smile on their face is written inside. Trucy didn't know where the book was before everything. Is that even the point that I'm trying to pursue here? Let me see here. The victim's plan for revenge, well, he did in fact steal a notebook. Okay, no. Defendant murdered him. We're into, okay. Let's see. Let's press more on this one. I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me. What? The basis is just trust me, bro? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadmati over there, because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. It's called giving your testimony, my man. No. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit! Anything but that! Being an investigator is suffering, man. Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Reyes would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Reyes, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage. This is a lot of new information. Ha! So we assumed that tape was for Trucy to use. We didn't really consider that anyone else was making use of the understage compartment. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Reyes was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course, Detective Sky. Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. Well, there goes our gloves angle. What is going on? You... what? He actually had proof? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not!
Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony.
The defendant's prints were on the tape. Guess she must have moved it during the show. When during the show? She was always... Let me see here. So, contains rubber sword treat... Okay. What happens if I press on this one now? What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, I bet it was Detective's intuition. I dusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints. Oh? I dusted pretty much every single surface in the theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me. It's great that you're enthusiastic, Emma, but there is such a thing as too enthusiastic. The tape was moved to guide Mr. Reyes into the coffin that was downstage? If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints are on the tape. Ugh. Wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation. Definitely not ka-chow. Alright. Yeah, so we need evidence that she was wearing, yeah, fingerprint results. In addition to the prints from... Okay. Prints on the coffin lid, Bonnie. Prints on the side panels, Reyes. Prints on the top panel, unknown. Trucy wore gloves during the show, so none of her fingerprints were found. There you go. Safety save. Because that's what I do.
Objection!
She wore gloves during the show, my guy. I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Ms. Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. It doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at the time.
It doesn't?
Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on the coffin. I think you've realized the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Ms. Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have left prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my. Oh my. On a personal level, I'm very happy about that.
Well, prosecutor aside, Marty, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim.
I see. Apparently, the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate. You're pretty good for a stink bug. You thought it would be that flash of light and all the logos? Oh, Dharmic religions do have hells, but they're intermediate kind. Someplace you go during the cycle's reincarnation. I see. I need to brush up on my stuff. I can't brain. Didn't sleep well last night. Is there any case where the guy we're defending is the guy that did it? Well, that's some conversation for our resident ace attorney expert. Come on. You can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Wow. Apollo's rolling with the punches here. My man took the heat and he's dishing it back. You use those words as armor and no one can hurt you, huh? Good old Tyrion. There's something significant about the fact that I quoted someone named Tyrion while playing a game that inspired the Cuthbert kind. Would that really be any better? Of course! Way better! Stag beetles are cool, with those huge mandibles of theirs. That almost sounded like he said Sakura. I mean, that's not it, but it sounded like it. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguiding the victim, the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on the stage. Oh, I just noticed Bonnie's expression there. She's a good actress. Maybe this should have been the thumbnail. But like I said, they knew what they were doing, and so did I. Then again, I'm interested to see what the end result will be. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it.
So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, yes?
Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of the case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense argue that it was involuntary manslaughter.
I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated.
Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it, the all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Reyes' death was... I'm guessing that it's still a murder, but it was committed by someone else, because now we know that there was bad blood. The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else?
Here we go!
Yeah, we know about Mr. Ratings, Raja, and we have, Bonnie. One of them did it. Just don't know how. That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Say what you want about my voice, but do not touch the suit. This suit is fire, very literally. It's red because it's fire, and it's fire because it's red.
Don't you sigh and shake your head.
Surely, but you were allowed red pepper in your previous life. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then. Alright, before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how do we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin?
Oh, very good question. Now, let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside that coffin?
Alright, since we've got lives at stake here, he was killed in the coffin, it was magic, he was killed under stage. So either, if he was killed in the coffin, there might be blood in the coffin and we didn't find any. So, he was killed under stage, baby. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go?
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sadmari?
That is the third time.
The third time of what?
Uh-oh. Nobody can just leave Apollo's forehead alone, can they? Everyone just sees that big canvas and they're like, I must paint it with some object. What the heck is this? Ow, 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 my head! What do you think you're doing? Who disturbs my slumber? Nobody? Nobody. That was, another notification. Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you needed to be punished. Oh yes, and I'm sure there will be absolutely no recompense for this, He'll just be able to do whatever he wants because he's the prosecutor. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon? Now? There's a passage of the sacred scriptures of Khura'ism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake. Huh?
A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet, the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Just great. And in this case, you are that frog defense. We're back up to being a sentient animal. What exactly is your point, anyway? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who, then, had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see. The people in the show were Bonnie DeFam, the victim Mr. Reyes, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFam was on stage throughout the entire show, and easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Reyes as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in a coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. No! O great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment. Can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole.
Objection!
There we go.
All you have to do is not be in the hot seat, and you have the leftover you have the leftover spine to spare. Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you? There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. Oh? We're getting some widget action? Yes, argue that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Ms. Wright is a girl. This changes everything. I thought she was a baby panda. Clearly, Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact? Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home.
Hold it!
But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Professor Sadmati, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Ms. Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin.
That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now? In my religion, the priestesses of Khura'ism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. Choose your next words carefully. I also think highly of the female perspective. Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden? I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused Trucy Wright, that is. You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? And you explain how that even be possible. But of course. Butterflies. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. That's the pulley system, huh? That latch that's on his belt there. She could have used that. Huh? Wait. You really can't explain it? I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I've prepared a witness.
Very well. I admit your readiness, prosecutor.
It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this. Could he? It's pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky. I'm sorry for, the way I handled all this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes. You served well as a detective, and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt, and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. What's your angle? Where's the other shoe? Where's our womp womp iris wipe of this moment? Thank you? I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by unexpected praise. Guess he's a pretty nice person like they say. As long as you're not up against him. My man is fickle as a pickle. He's not nice. He's manipulative.
Now then, let us call the next witness.
I recognize those gams anywhere. She walked into my office. Her legs went straight up to the ceiling and further beyond. I saw my fluorescent lighting before I saw her face. At least, that's how she struck me. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a logomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie DeFam. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness, there is a time and place for all things, including magic. Aww, but would it be okay if I just do a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. That is your second time. Oh my gosh, she's already on strike too. Call it while you're ahead, Bonnie. My second time doing what? There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Yup. Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering?
May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment.
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her, but I guess I have to, don't I? As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh? I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. Sure, you're a real fan, all right. Of destroying Trucy, you mean? Like fine wine. The understage passage. Actually, did that age like fine wine? When did Spirit of Justice come out? Spirit of Justice release date.
The Nintendo 3DS
2016. Seriously? It's been that long? Did we get Great Ace Attorney after this? Or is this the latest game in the Ace Attorney franchise? I legit do not know. I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift too. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. You were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she's shown clearly in the TV footage as well. I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Reyes, not little old me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady... Hold on a second. Let me take a look at the stage lifts, or... Do I have a diagram of where the stage lifts are? Let's see, top four. So this is a stage lift. So this is stage lift number 2. The stage lift Trucy had to move out of the way during the show, since it was already all the way up. It was already all the way up, yeah. By using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. So we're really harping on the fact that Bonnie, we're trying to cast some doubt on her alibi. So is it possible she wasn't on stage? Was there some way to appear like she's on stage? That'll be for later. You gotta be kidding me. Hey there, Matthew. Can't say hi to you if I don't know you're here. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Whew. That glare that Sadmati gives. Really can't believe Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. It's possible for a small girl to lift the dead body, like to use the stage lift possible. Could Trucy really have? Trucy used a stage lift. She must have used stage lift too. You're on stage for the entire show, by the way. If Trucy did use a stage lift, she must have used stage lift number 2. So the question is, do I present right now, or do I need to press a little bit and get a couple things out of the way? So, according to her, stage lift number 2 was already all the way up. Oh, nope, too early. Looks like I'll need to press a little bit. Then again, I should know that at this point in the game, we rarely get any straightforward, just present and then go. They put too much work into these testimonies. Alright, hold it. Stage lift 2? You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? That's right. With a stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage. And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion? Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers. Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up? Defense. What position was stage lift 2 in after the show? Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper. Aye, there we go again. We're back to the red pepper. We started off as a dung beetle, we got elevated to stag beetle. We went all the way down to red pepper. We became a frog for a little bit, but now we're all the way back down to red pepper. Oh no, we're not all the way back down. We're even worse than that because we're evil. Evil is lower than a regular red pepper. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. Was there any reason why she wouldn't be? Let's see. You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage? Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. Wow. Fold it under zero pressure. God dang. I'm right there in the footage. Are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh? She folded under negative pressure. Mr. Pham, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different. Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Magic. You didn't just snap. You broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time, performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance. Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Oh. Mr. Pham, to what is the defense referring? Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around. I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Ha ha ha. Well, then there you go. I had to do a little bit of pressing. Darn it. I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony. Now do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps. Just sit there. Hand down your ruling. Pronto. Do it quick. Before I kill over up there. Oh, before you keel over up there. I beg your pardon? Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense? Are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not. I'll never give up. I'll never let down my client. I'm not running around. I never desert my clients. I don't think I got that right. Hold on a second. This is very important. I need to get this right. Nope, I got it right. Run around to desert you. I never run around and desert my clients. Bang. We haven't seen any desk slams. Apollo, you're slacking on your desk slams. I see. I suppose this, too, is fate. The sacred scriptures of Khura'inism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against his fate. Papul Bojig seems most appropriate. Oh. People boiling. I see. So, oh wait, that's Khura'inese. Khura'inese.
What sort of terrible place is Papul Boiling?
A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an antlion sandpit trap. You're such a devout, why did you need to refer to your notes in order for that, huh? You couldn't remember that off the top of your head? Mr. Expert?
Oh, is one of those in my backyard.
Wow, Glorious Hell is closer to home than I thought. The judge's backyard, I'm not surprised.
Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim on the stage.
How are we supposed to get out of this jam? Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. Bonnie is gonna just be all hate, and a little bit of hate towards Trucy. You mean, I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. See? Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart, too. That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions of people suppressed. She can hear the emotions people suppressed as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena, let's give it a try. You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I am afraid that our witness, Ms. DeFam, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident.
She is?
Yes. What with that terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What's it called? Postal stress disorder, right? Yes, where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh, my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person.
Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Tee. Sup?
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super-sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry, though I find it hard to believe, I must ask. How do emotions constitute evidence?
But I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se. I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
Damn!
Those moments when we double-team the witnesses. It's, something cathartic about it. I'll disturb you. Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadmati. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Like you, did you slam on your desk? Yeah, you're doing an attorney's work there, my friend. Of course, you're lead on this case after all. Fair enough, but do I need a refresher? Let me hear it. For the audience's sake. Everyone out here. Hold on a second. For, all 20 of you out there. I think I could use a refresher. Beep, 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 beep. Let's go. So, Bonnie's emotions are shown here in the mood matrix, right? Exactly. The emotions I pick up on from her testimony are projected into this program. The mood matrix gives a visual representation of a witness's testimony and emotions. These 4 mood markers reflect fluctuations in a witness's emotions. As their testimony unfolds, the mood markers flash in reaction to the witness's feelings. When the witness feels happy or is enjoying the memory, the happy marker will light up. When the witness feels angry or frustrated, the angry marker will react. When the witness feels sad or is scared by a memory, the sad marker will blink. And when the witness feels surprised or confused, the surprised marker will tell us. Okay, I remember now. I need to find a conflict between what she's saying and which mood markers are blinking. That's right. And Ms. DeFam definitely has some conflicted emotions. See? Widget reacts to the suppressed emotions I pick up and projects them as noise. If we can pinpoint the inconsistencies between her testimony and her feelings, noise levels should drop to 0%, and the therapy session will be a success. When you find an unexpected emotion, first pinpoint it with Q. We really have to have her complete mask off. She's actually reminding me of Mr. Sawit from the very first case, and how he folded under not exactly 0 pressure, but like 1 unit of pressure. And then select the unexpected emotion with reaction from the 4 mood markers of the space. Did they just give me the right answer to the first? Did this screenshot just give away the first answer? Okay, now to give it a whirl. Unless that's part of the tutorial. I guess Trucy is the one... Okay, never mind. Guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Reyes. That... They are so wild for being able to create this this image right here of Trucy doing the deed, just because it exists in Bonnie's mind. Even she can move by. Even though it's all slander, seeing nefarious Trucy is kind of sending me right now. I was on stage at the time, but that terrible mistake. My stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. Do you really? Do ya?
Got it!
I have to say, Ms. DeFam, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said, I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it. Ow. I think I can guess why you're feeling happy. It must be because... Safe to say, before I even see any of the, You made a mistake. It was Trucy's big debut. You messed Trucy up. There's our death slam. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers. Because we saw you. Hater, loather, can't stand that Trucy Wright. It's because she's a little good at magazines and all that. That's exactly what she deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. You were glad she was in trouble, and how you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved. Ouch. Looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. One of my favorite shorts... Hold on a second. I need to bring this up. Let's see. Game Changers. Kermit. represents himself. There we go. Let me go ahead and copy this link here. This is quite possibly one of my favorite Game Changers clips. Let me go ahead and go video sharing. Everyone who's on the Discord, you'll be able to see what I just shared in. So if you're not on there, then fix that. Basically, well, I'll tell you about it later on. I'll let everyone, because all I know is that anytime someone who's guilty is being called out, all I can hear is it was so perfect. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now, if we could get it down to 0%. Well, Ms. Zafam, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to just be like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
A character you're supposed to be? What? The mask is slipping and she's just shaking it off like it's a cast. Keep that up, Mr. Pham, and you're gonna have a real mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am. The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. So, is it a mask? Or is it multiple personalities? Because now Anton Chekhov has kind of left that on the wall. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole, you know-nothing know-it-all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I may get flustered. Ms. Zafam, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? You can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free! Ouch. We're gonna get ourselves a transformation? She gonna go full-on Pharaoh Loprine? Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You wanna see who I really am? Fine. Take a good look. Oh, here. She just went from bunnies to bats. And she started going, kee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Okay, then. Chat, have we once again upgraded? First evolution, normal Bonnie. Second evolution, Bean Bonnie. Final form, Bat Bonnie. What in the world? Sheep's clothing. You got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. More keys! Ah! I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. Even hotter, you see nothing but improvements here. The two of you should just dap each other up now. Defense! Yo! Therapy
session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it.
There's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Ms. Sykes? Methinks I created a monster. Way blow it. Hey you, lobster boy. Who, me? You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? And I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right! Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat's out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot! That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with new info. You know, from that angle, on some frames, Athena's ribbon kind of goes past her mouth and makes her look like, for a couple of frames, that she's wearing blue lipstick. Hey, Apollo, there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up, so what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. Alright, I've got you now, Bonnie DeFam. Guess Trucy's the one who killed Mr. Reyes. You mean she could move the body with that lift? You're on stage at the time, but that terrible mistake. You know what? Serves her right. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. Okay. Oh, I can't press. So now she's very proud about having to move the stage lifts. Her name is Batty. Her logic is erratic. Really? You can't... The original song isn't Her Name is Batty, Her Logic is erratic? It's right there. Alright, so thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. Let me see. The stage lift too, she had to move out of the way during the show since it was already all the way up. Contains a rubber sword. Trucy says she swapped in for the trick. Ah! She made an inconsistency in her testimony, huh? So, her entire sabotage revolved around not running the trick, but on making Trucy move the lifts under the stage. Where the show is performed. So I can't press on anything. Let's see, she ended up having to move things underneath the stage. The stage lift Trucy had to move out of the way during the show since it was already all the way up. A disc with a recording of Trucy's escape trick on it. His blood is on the murder weapon. Contains a rubber sword. Trucy says she swapped in for the trick. Oh, she told no one about this. There you go. She told nobody about this. There we go. Look what happens when I actually look at my evidence. That doesn't make sense. What? So you think I'm crazy now? Oh, it's a Fern Gully stuff. That sounds right. Pretty sure I have something for that. Yes, I did. No, that's not the point I was trying to make. Down here, you denying it. Ms. Pham, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. That's right. And I still say that, Sir Justice. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Nani? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Ms. Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Yeah. What an image. She looks like she's being a mischievous little scamp and not an accessory to murder there. Then again, considering her mischievous personality, those things would be one and the same for her. You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%.
But, Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Pham herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You're one awful liar, Mr. Pham, and one spectacular suspect. Yeah. Why, you shiny red lobster boy. You're saying I killed Mr. Reyes? I'm saying it's a possibility. What's more? Huh! I say you have a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well. My apologies for remaining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? Yes, really. The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Ms. Pham was on stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh, yeah. Anyone else buffering? Nothing's going funky on my end. You have just taken a long and senseless journey only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Guess the party's over. But Ms. Pham knew something she could have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadmati? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Ms. Pham about it, but then forgot. Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Ms. Pham really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. She's got a twin? Is that what we're talking about? I mean, a magician who performed teleportation magic during the show. That's how she performs the teleportation magic. She's one of two twins, isn't she? maybe an explanation. Not so sure about the makes sense part. Well, something rabbits. And we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and under stage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion.
I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd.
I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor.
Two Bonnies! Hell yeah! A win in my books, in your books.
It's a win in Chat's book. I'm not putting any words in my mouth.
My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain the witness was in two places at once?
Alright, time to put my money where my mouth is.
There were two Bonnies.
There were two Bonnies, Your Honor, or as we say here in this stream,
more Bonnies!
If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it?
There were
two of them?
This is getting out of hand. Two?
I'm trying to think of as many. I'm trying to face roll all of the two memes that I can imagine. To be fair, hiring identical twins seems to be relatively common practice for stage magicians. Yeah, I know that makes all too much sense.
Come on, buddy!
Yeah, that's all we need to do. All we need to do is keep on saying, "Come on, Bunny," and then eventually the second Bonnie will come running on over. We've unlocked the skill. It doesn't work 100% of the time, but if we keep on doing it, there's no cost to it. Anyways, Nayuta, I suspect you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? And I suppose 3 screws to the head should right in his putrid brain.
Very well. Bailiff, could you...
No, wait. Please listen to my argument. Oh. You have a good night, Matthew. And welcome back, Matthew, when you watch the VOD.
Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen.
As was argued earlier, Ms. Zafam is shown in the footage the whole time, but at the same time, she was also watching Ms. Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies.
That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Professor Sadmati?
This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. Yeah, you really did. I've been thinking about that this whole time. I mean, you didn't really elaborate on it, so it couldn't have been a reference to anything. But Apollo goes against reality itself to say one person is actually two. We don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if Bonnie DeFam in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been under stage, this Bonnie DeFam, is our second Bonnie. Key! She is. Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just the piece of evidence to prove that a Ms. Bonnie number 2 exists.
Oh? Then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2?
It's the script, isn't it? This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. Bonnie's teleportation trick and Trucy's escape trick. Yeah, make sure the fire bucket is ready, or let me see. So, proof that there is a second Bonnie. Oh, the prince. If the prince end up being Bonnie number 2, then that proves it, wouldn't it?
Take that!
What's this?
During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show, but they didn't match the prints of any people involved in this case. Did I forget the safety save there? No, I had to have. An unknown third party's fingerprints? Uh-oh! The first crack in Nayuta's armor. You'll love to see it. Oh, it's delicious. I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Sweating like she's in a Key and Peele sketch. You immediately realized it and you never commented on it again. Unfortunately, you can't squeeze that toothpaste back into the tube. Ms. Afam, or should I say Bonnie number 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Kia! And Emma did tell us, oh my god, that was incredible foreshadowing. Emma told us that not even identical twins have the same fingerprints. Mind blown! The writing in this is incredible. By the way, Nayuta, slipping up a little bit. Being reminded of old times, ain't ya, Nayuta? Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left, not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
So, can you see both of them together? I don't think this chat would be able to survive that. I think one or two of you might keel over. It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmati. I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue, you know? Aside from our rocky start, Apollo's kind of been slapping this case around. Is that a long time ago, I asked you, like, I wish I could see Phoenix Wright completely dominate a case from start to finish. Is this that case? Actually, would that even be a spoiler to say? Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice?
The issue is who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie DeFam's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us?
Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying?
It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sadmati, can you really look at her and still say that? What you looking at? Take a picture. It'll last longer. How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Ha! Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they? Bonnie number 2. Key!
Witness! Is what the defense has said true?
Fine. I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFam?
What? Ridiculous! I took a picture. It'll last longer. The beads rattling the desk added that little bit of flair to an otherwise humdrum desk slam. You know, I think that's by design. It's like, if we already have... If he had some kind of, like, divine desk slam, then it would have taken away from the beads. But because the beads were there and everything else was kind of generic, it allowed the beads to be all that much more noticeable, and it'll cause us to talk about it even more. So, great observation. Is that potential second person Solaris? Oh man, what a twist! The actual murderer was not on the stage. They weren't even understage. They weren't even in the game. They were in the very chat room itself. I should write that down. That could be an incredible... That could be an incredible idea for some kind of audience participation game. Like, that'd be cool. Oh man! I just came up with an idea. I'm kind of giving away $1 million idea right here.
Are there really 2 Bonnies?
Nope. There's only one Bonnie. That's because... I'm Betty. We've got a name, folks. Bonnie and Betty, the DeFam twins. Their names are defam, and they are committing defamation. The truth was in front of our eyes the entire time. Betty defam. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this logomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely. It's showtime. Hello. Hey. I love how Athena was into it. Chat, your wildest dreams have come true.
What an amazing trick! The witness is suddenly split into 2 people!
It's not a trick. No gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. Twins! I'm just gonna let this sink in for you guys. I'm gonna let you soak in the magic and the majesty. One of Bonnie's ears is lopsided. Is that something we could have picked up on if we knew what was going on the entire time? Alright. Where's my spray can? Calm yourselves! Sheesh. The chat room was completely level-headed when I fought against Vamp Fatale, and now you're going absolutely feral for these two. I don't know what that says about whom. You're gonna need your EpiPen. Yes! Twins, Basil! I love you guys. Nani? Twins? So, that's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. Our days of sneaking around are finally over. I like how they're taking turns tipping. Tipping intensifies. Their cover's blown. They actually seem pretty happy about it. So, which one of you is the nice bunny to fam we met in the dressing room? That would be me. And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings Raja under stage was... Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued? It's all starting to make sense now. Betty DeFam's fingerprints were found at the top.
So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it?
It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was under stage, did have the opportunity. Oh, Betty has a floppy ear, never mind. I thought that maybe they were consistent, but I guess not. Soak it in, my friends.
Well, so we now have two suspects.
Wait just a minute there, lobster boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Uh-oh. They're bumping like bunnies. They do that, right? They kind of, but like rabbits actually do get into fights by kind of ramming into each other. Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, well, speak up, huh? Please save your siblings squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So, what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor Sadmari, Betty DeFam is ready to testify. What do you say?
Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your twilight hell or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather... Uh-oh. I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in interrogation hell. Yee!
Now then, Betty the Fam, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
What happened under stage? It's true. I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right?
I got it once again.
I was right on the money, but at the wrong time. The one Mr. Reyes was supposed to do. That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script. I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident.
Shut up, you're gonna give it away.
Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes. Well, that was certainly different. How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick. Now they're working together to give the impression she's floating. I love it.
Oh my! She's floating!
Your Honor? You can see she's being held up from below. Yeah, no, for being a dainty little girl, Bonnie actually has some upper body strength. I mean, they've probably done this trick multiple times before. This pose has lots of aura right now. A real Morgan and Lilith thing happening right now. You're supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I have to point it out.
Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
What happened under stage? Alright, so you had business in the interstage passage because of the upcoming trick. Here's the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reyes was supposed to do. That's right, it's a very dangerous trick, so you had to make sure you're prepared for it. It was in the script and you really wanted to see it, but you couldn't see it because of the accident.
Shut up, you're gonna give it away.
Anyway, you were real busy. Way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes, okay.
Hold it.
So what exactly do you mean you're gonna give it away? See, Bonnie? You and your big mouth. Now Lobster Boy wants to know what we were talking about. I'm sorry.
Yes, well, if you were preparing for the next magic trick, I'm sure you wouldn't have had time to commit the murder.
Wow, looks like the old geezer isn't seen out just yet, huh? I bet you'll live a good long life.
Oh, I plan to be sitting up here at least another 10 years.
10 more years? I don't know about that. What did we discuss about inner monologues, Athena? Well, it's been 10 years since this game came out. Has anyone checked on the judge lately? Well, more power to you, I guess. In any case, I was so busy I didn't have the time to off anybody. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So, Betty was too busy getting ready for the next trick to have time for the murder, huh? Must be some way to prove that that wasn't the case. I know what the case is. Let's see. You had to make sure you were prepared for it. If you were so busy preparing, Not only was it empty, but the dust lines inside of the pail. So if you were getting ready for it, so whatever you were getting ready for, it certainly wasn't for that trick. But let me assume, let's see, is it too early?
Objection!
It's not too early. Haha, let's go. And thus it's time for a new Phoenix Wright game. The judges oh my. Kinda morbid, James, but you know, if they actually did, you know, an Ace Attorney game with a focus on the judge, you know, a judge spotlight, I wouldn't say no to that. For all we know, the judge is some kind of, like... Wouldn't it be funny if the judge himself was a spirit of justice or something? At the end of it, he says, like,
I was sent by heaven to make sure that this world was ready. We were considering wiping the whole slate clean, but because of your efforts, Mr. Wright, I have determined that there is some hope for this world yet.
the judge is the spirit of justice. Does this dude even have a proper name? Nope, and belovedly so. I hate to break it to you, Betty. There's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No one except me, you mean? Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do?
I told you to keep it zipped! Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony?
The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket laying empty backstage, except for a layer of dust. Oh, bonk. Double kill. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? You got me. Ooh, the Apollo Justice theme, hitting just right.
Betty DeFam, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty, we can't hide it any longer. You might as well tell them.
Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself.
Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she was afraid of fire, knew she wouldn't go on. Oh, knew she wouldn't go on, huh? You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew the body would be found, and that the show would then be cancelled. Ah! Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want, huh? Whatever. Until they can grow back. Now stop stalling and tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician. You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exclamation mark? Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? And yet, I concede that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. The way that his scarf billows is absolutely majestic. Where's the wind coming from? Who cares? Yeah, deceitful trickery. These poor desks! As the court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. So, it was a mask, but it wasn't exactly anything like a double personality either. If you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. Huh. All these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something, didn't you? You. Lobster boy, cue ball geezer, head case brat, Cerberus monk. Do me! Do me! I want to be Coldy. And then people in the audience, people in the gallery, it's like, I want to be called a nasty nickname too. You're the tone-deaf bard. Cue ball geezer? Head case brat? Really? Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you. Then, how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract. By the tune of $3 million. Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case. I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Nani? Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage. But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like, what? You thought I was about to ask chat to start insulting me? You know, I kind of was on the fence about it. I'm like, alright chat, give it to me. What kind of Ace Attorney / Paimon nickname are you gonna give me? Although, you are right. That was... what? That was... yeah, that was just about... that was 2 or 3 years ago. And then I sent him into the Twilight Realm. In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon's set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. Ouch. Planned out? Huh. Is Nayoda doing a hardcore heel face turn? Or just because the truth is coming out? After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports. I even browsed tabloid magazines.
How very industrious of you. I'm impressed.
During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank.
Oh.
Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Is that true? Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it. Fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank. A big setup planned out in advance. So wait, was the murder part of the prank? Because if the prank was to ruin the show by dropping the dragon, that would have been a prank on Trucy. And, no, that's fraud. That is outright fraud, considering what she was forced to sign, or not forced, but she was tricked into signing. There's more to this. It is not just a prank. Nayoda is just pulling things out of his, out of the Twilight realm. Mr. Ray is showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted. It was all a prank, bro?
Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes. Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. Okay. Alright. There you go. But still, at the same time, that's a nasty prank to be pulling on Trucy, if, indeed, it was a prank, and, it's not fraud being covered up as a prank. So, he was in on it too. That's right. Supposed to show up dead in the coffin, and then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went. What? What the heck kind of prank is that? But we never thought you'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Different from the script, huh? I mean, I'm guessing it's a different script. Maybe they have to present that prank script. Poor Mr. Reyes. I'm so completely lost right now.
Well, Betty and Bonnie, It certainly likes you have some splaining to do.
Alright. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. Betty summons bats instead of bunnies. After a teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Reyes' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the interstage passage. That's right. I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon's set piece and made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Reyes to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. You're supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That's how it was scripted anyway. And for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he just kind of stayed on the ground. What kind of sick joke is that? You know, it just did not feel like a prank all the way. Like, if this were supposed to be a prank, then they would have gone ahead and presented it as such, and then been surprised when the dead body turned up. Nah, I'm not buying it.
It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do a magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings Raj's idea anyway. Yeah, sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings Raja. There we go. Now we have a real prank script. Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid.
Where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim? And when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Reyes was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty was also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh well, now we spilled the beans, might as well show you this video. Hello, sir. Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Reyes. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the interstage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I am about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, I will be in it, acting as though I met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? I can hardly wait. He's about to hide in the coffin? Well, seems like this case isn't over, not by a long shot. It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage, where Betty DeFam was, and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Reyes appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. And defense. You proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Reyes entered the coffin.
Oh, so does that mean?
Yes, it is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. When into the coffin, where Mr. Reyes was hiding, Trucy Wright thrust her blade.
No.
See? Told you so.
So, are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank?
It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Ms. Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? I... Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Uh-oh.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence.
It looks like some sort of note.
That's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now.
Yep. So let me get this straight. They had her sign the fake.
Yeah, they had her sign the fake contract, and then it carbon copied it twice. Once onto the bogus contract, and then once onto the onto this note. Hideous. We got 2 carbon copies going on here. What's this? Let's see, it says, get the video camera after Mr. Reyes comes tumbling out. It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Reyes' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank. It does bear her signature, I'll give you that much.
So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank.
It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Ms. Wright? Of course not! I didn't write or sign that note. Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. All the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. Yeah, then why is most of it typed up, huh? But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Reyes. You have to believe me. Uh-oh. Everyone's turning. Them dang old carbon copies, man. The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Ms. Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate. No, I didn't do it. I knew it. That sweet-looking girl, a murderer. She took all of us in with that act of hers. I told you, I knew she was a homicidal little witch from the start. I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Shut up, you killer. You won't fall for that anymore. Well, looks like it is the fate of everyone bearing the name Wright to have all the fingers pointed at them. Although, where's her Edgeworth? Where's her Butts? This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling, and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves. Man, just goes to show that regardless of where you are and when, it is very... Nayuda said that he was studying the media, and he's been playing it like a fiddle. Remember in Ace Attorney 4, the Apollo Justice, when Phoenix decided to put more faith into the people rather than having evidence be the be-all end-all of the law? How's that going for you right now, Phoenix? Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Trucy Rao. I just got objected to. The defense has an objection. Apollo? You, even now you would. I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do you really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, every single time we see this frame, I look straight at Bonnie's scornless face. And I absolutely love it. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a picture of that. There's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let's not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value. So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? What did she do before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Hold on a second. Oh, wait, was this? Are they gonna show it to us here? Or does this not show it? Oh, she swapped the blades. She swapped the blades. That's what she did. Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Ms. Wright used was not the cause of death. It is the sword stand. What's this? A sword from the show? That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand understage. During the trick, Ms. Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword, and she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did. I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then, why was the steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon's set piece fell, and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one. Do you not know when to give up, stinkbug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one. Well, I mean... But the blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there. If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed, given that Mr. Reyes was alive when he entered that coffin? Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial.
Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor. Yes! I saved it! Somehow. Too close for comfort, but still. It's possible the blood was placed there after the fact.
Alright. Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare.
Are we halfway through right now? Whew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor Sadmati either. You know, with the way he says, let it go and move on, as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy,
Am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? You make that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now, smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammary Creed tells you to do? I just realized something. I bet I've just blown this case wide open. But I'm gonna keep that close to my chest for right now. If you think you know what I just realized, go ahead and take a guess. As it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. You're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Troop Grammary? Go away, you creep! You know what? I think what I just realized might be completely off the mark, so never mind. Oh, what's this? Something discharged in a frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Gotta be Trucy's pet. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. You want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? Don't even have a camera on me. Huh? What happened to the camera? It just disappeared right before our very eyes. Is the ratings Raja also a magician? I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come by and support her earlier, by the way. They'll get some great footage out of them. It's gonna be good. Hang loose, baby! Called in some of Trucy's fans. But why? Apollo, that thing Mr. Rettins just did, that was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way. But I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer? Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty? Who the heck do you think you are? You crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything. You harebrain. But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me, now. I don't like the way Betty's treating Bonnie. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way of finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. Court is about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying? Yes. It's just... I wonder what Mr. Rettins has up his sleeve. Let me just see a couple of things here. There's Betty. Well, we did not have a very large cast, did we? I doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. Wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. I think that's some high-level foreshadowing right there. Better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy Wright, and you'll be fine!
Oh. There goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy Wright, and I'm fine! Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. Atta girl. Good luck up there in the stand. You'll do great. Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this. Alright, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. Come on, Justice!
Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright, magician. Here comes a liar, the deceitful witch. Throw her in jail! Last member of that criminal troupe. Boo! Get off the stage!
Order! The gallery will be quiet, or I will have you all thrown out on the spot!
What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Retton's invited. What a grade A jerk! Well, he's not going to psych us out.
Now then, Miss Wright.
That was very real of the judge. Even though obviously he was just making order in the court, the undue heckling was certainly warranted. The looming threat of contempt.
Now then, Ms. Wright. This court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue.
She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her! Give her the death penalty! Yeah!
Damn. Silence, all of you! I won't tell you again! Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves! Exclamation mark. In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following Troop Grammary Creed even now. She really is something else. It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. How old is Trucy? Can she even get the death penalty? Can she? She's 17. What's the minimum age for a death penalty? Considering the fact that they are in San Francisco right now. Watch carefully now, everybody. Oh, we're really doing this testimony style. Let's go. The stupendous sword switch. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I've switched it. And now... Hup! as you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber. Bravo, Miss Wright! Wow, she switched them in a flash. I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around. Fickle as a pickle, my friends. And is she a minor? She would even go to jail. Yep, everybody give it up for the, what am I trying to say? The unconvictable Ms. Wright. The unconvictable Trucy Wright. There you go. She's completely turned the room around. Hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did this steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when they switch them during the show.
So, when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. See, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. As for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I? That's our Trucy. Yeah, still. Ms. Wright, that part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right? Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court. That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there. Now I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it.
Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness, but try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic.
I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Suspend his sword switch. Alright, so please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. No tricks or gimmicks, just a very sharp sword. Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take the sword, and presto swordo! There, I've switched it. Wait. Okay, so she does a twirl here. And now, up, as you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Hold it!
Watch out! Ugh. What do you think you're doing, Apollo? But you're putting yourself in danger. I could just stand by and not say anything.
Mr. Justice, you're putting your head in danger of meeting my gavel.
Apollo, you better apologize before you become this case's next victim. I'm very sorry, everyone. How'd it come to this? Alright, boys and girls. You want to ask for an encore? Wait until the end, okay? I sword as sharp as steel just a moment ago, but... Alright, Apollo sees an inconsistency. So she does a twirl. And now up. Alright, let me see the twirl here. Alright, presto sordo, you've switched it. Let me see this one more time so that I have a good thing about it. Wait. What is that? Okay, no, I thought I saw something in the corner. Alright, anyway, let's go ahead and compare that to the recording. Because I have a, let's see. Oh, I noticed that Mr. Hat is holding it in his left hand. There's the shadow. Oh no, she has it in her right hand. Yeah, although... Let's see. Okay. Is it the fact that that she swaps hands with it? Well, don't exact. And then the question is, let's see. So, watch the take the sword. Yep, she keeps it in her right hand the entire time. That was the flourish after the twirl with no twirl. There's no twirl in the recording. Right, so she does... So, sort of, there you switch it. Yep, she does a twirl. And I'll take your word for it, because it takes a while to watch the recording.
Objection!
Ms. Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick to us just now and the way it appears in the show footage. What? That can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times. And what's going on here? Ms. Wright, I have the show footage right here, and the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it! So... it really is the exact moment you switched the swords? Yes, that's right. I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused lie for me.
Mr. Justice, does this mean that you're arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show?
No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I am absolutely sure of it.
Objection!
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false.
But...
It has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, so Apollo right there said, I knew it. And not I knew it as in Trucy is lying, I knew it as in something else is going on here. It means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional.
No.
By the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Reyes' death was not an accident, but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still? It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out, now! But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something, I'm sure of it.
Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage.
Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions.
It's such a shame.
But But I did switch the swords. I swear. You're knee-deep in it now, Justice. And there's the heckler's time now. Excuse me?
Let's see. You are... Which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Borty.
It's Bonnie. You are mixing up the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. And you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
Oh!
About what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. Bonnie? Oh, here we go. Hey, what's the big deal? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Did you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. Oh, there's her Edgeworth and or Larry Butts. Although, in the in the case of Phoenix's backstory, it was hilarious what ended up happening at the end there. I'd like to make a small request. Instead of testifying with words, yep, she wanted to perform instead. Do as she does best. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy Wright? You practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Trucy is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of her testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess? Yes. Ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage. Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. I can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday. It can't even.
Objection!
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage.
But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show?
Well, I have some show footage. You do? One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. I was not expecting that to become a plot point, but man's based. As it turns out, simping for Bonnie was the right thing the entire time. Chat, you were ahead of the game. And then, afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. He did? To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it. Please submit that footage to the court!
Now then, let's take a look at this new footage.
Alright. What do we got? Alright, so this man is showing off the, Why is the footage from backstage? She wasn't wrong. Okay. What are those cards? Man got bowled over. He took one for the team. Wow. Okay, then.
He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. Well, defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Of course I do. Okay, so how are we gonna go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We might find an inconsistency between them. Inconsistency, huh? Yes. The two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage, so if we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, you figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage.
Very well, I will allow it.
What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done that before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use the fast forward button. And when you want to go back, use the rewind button. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button. Can you imagine if they were playing this on a VHS? I mean, obviously they aren't, because we saw it's a CD. Some cards I mentioned. I don't know what that's a reference to. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback. Okay, now that I switch between the two videos, just use the switch camera button. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present it to the court. Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff. Not really. I just gave it some gusto, and then went with my gut on most of it. Nanny? Hope she gets right. Anyway, let's give it a try. Alright, so we can swap the footage. This is gonna be rough. Alright, so goes over to the opposite side. So she's talking. And she looks nice, and she looks, let's see, so, let me see, she's got the, floppy ears and whatnots. Alright, the floppy ears are consistent. But yeah, I need to see the cards. Do the cards appear? Alright, so Tracy's on the other side. Let me see here. So, there's no Trucy. I don't see Trucy anywhere in this footage. Is she supposed to be on the other side of the coffin? Or is there something else going on here? Yeah, she's being confrontational. Alright, they're talking. Okay, so we can't exactly see what's going on with Bonnie at this very moment. All right, so she's doing this, and then oh, this footage cuts off early. Yeah, what's going on here? All right, so you go running off. You go running off really early. So one of the footage is, let me see here. Wait a minute. Could this be part of it? Let me see. So Bonnie runs off here. Why does Bonnie run off here? Although we have to look for a difference that we can absolutely see. Let me see. Okay. Let me go back to. Let me go back here. All right. Let me see those cards again. There we go. So we got cards coming in through here. What's going on right now? All right. So yeah, I point out those cards, and I don't see any cards in the footage. Uh-oh. That's no safe scum for me, huh? Dang. Oh, I'm gonna present the cards.
Take that!
This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Ms. Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What?
Mr. Justice, does this mean...
Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd.
Well, you must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out.
Yes, Your Honor. But then we have a hold it. Is it time for the man to play his hand? It's you? Hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe you me. Give the guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers.
But who might you be?
Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor.
Oh, well, how very polite of you.
It's lovely to meet you too, Professor Sanmari. Please take my card. A business card. Ah, yes. I read about this custom amongst businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lackin', homie? For example. Well, this man is Marie Antoinette now. And no, the proper response is very nice. Hold on a second. Was that it? What's the movie where they compare business cards?
Oh, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Yes, Roger Ratins, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He's a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby." I'll allow this, baby.
Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja?
Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here.
I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But, Prosecutor Sanmari, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. Mayuda's a doom scroller. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
What? You went to Burger Barn?
Who would have thought? Must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Is that line? Whoa! Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Well, I have to admit, Nayuda is very presumptuous, but he's actually really kind of real for that.
Prosecutor Sanmari's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Ratins, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, you know, I'm starting to think that he has more of a smooth talker voice than he does the the voice I gave him right now is kind of sleazy, but he is kind of sleazy. But at the same time, he's not supposed to come off as sleazy. So we're just gonna let me just roll with this. Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Question is, why do we get edited footage anyway? Oh, there it is. Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. And it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. Which means the sword Ms. Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Ms. Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Reyes. Hold it. Yeah, see? That's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reyes when she stabbed the coffin, but that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? Is after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Trucy murdered Mr. Reyes when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon. Nobody'd be the wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. Finally this gets to be brought up. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. Might be easier just to see it for yourselves. Yep, Yep, there it is. It's only for a split second, so it's out of catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. What? How does that figure?
Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
How does it look that way? I'm lost on this one.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? You see? There's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV. Always wanted to give it a shot.
That would be fine with me. Prosecutor Sadmati.
This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I've got to say. Promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites of the victim, I will have you removed.
All right. With Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Ratins.
Roger Ratins, the ratings Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. Alright, what do you got for me? It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. Wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage?
Is he trying to set me up for the slam dunk? I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut?
That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's a little too convenient if you ask me. Ooh, an objection? How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There. I got some good stuff there.
Mr. Ratins, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse.
Whoops. My bad, Judge.
And if the defense has an issue, it can point out during the cross-examination.
It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, long, boring scenes are cut out. You're telling me that one of Trucy's most iconic, like one of the biggest highlights of the show is long and or boring? What have you got to say about this when I press? Are you saying you thought you were boring? There were boring scenes in Ms. Wright's magic show? You gotta ask? That script and presentation deserve a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does. What did you like about the show exactly? The whole thing? It was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it. But it show's only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is. It was plenty loud and flashy on its own. All you did was add the trash. Oh! Come on, Apollo, your inner monologue has some claws. Let 'em out. I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly. Whether it's showbiz or the legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get the job done. Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry. All stations edited footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Oh, really? All the scenes you could have cut. Why the sword switching trick? That seemed like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so they gonna tell me I'm supposed to edit my programs? Big shot? It's odd being the boss, kid. You gotta make tough choices, like which content gets cut. Let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job, and they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law, and boy do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Interesting. Do I have the evidence right now, or am I being herded into it? Did I just, let me see. Oh, yeah, the plank brand. Obviously. Wait, what? No? A prank sounds like some pretty ill will for me. Anyways, alright, okay, then we'll go with the clipboard. Or the, Trucy statement, let me see. Yep. Alright, so it was one or the other. Obviously, the prank, like, the ill will-ometer is, like, much lower than committing fraud. Huh? What's that you got there? This is the contract you had Ms. Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Ms. Wright reads, if, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum! I couldn't agree more. And of course, Ms. Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rettens had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it.
conned her? How'd he do that?
There was a trick to the clipboard that was used by Ms. Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her.
But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rettins.
Where's your proof linking me to that tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do ya? What is my evidence linking to the clipboard? Let's take a look. So clipboard has been also instrumental in Trucy's statement. She told no one about this. The contract, I mean, it details liability for compensation. Let's see, Article 1, $3 million. The first party will pay for expenses. Well, to the trick is something linking them to the tricked out clipboard, huh? Let me see here. Something that links you directly. Iron Trick was canceled. Now, the thing I noticed about the contract, you'll notice his signature is nice and thick, like you would expect, while hers is thin, like a carbon copy. Is this what it was? Maybe it is. I'll give that a try.
Objection!
That's a no-go, good sir. Something to link him to the clipboard. Alright, I can get this. Clipboard used by Trucy to sign her contract, ratings, Raj's dealings. So there's nothing on there that links it directly to him. Prank plan script. Miss Reyes will come back to life. Let me see here. I know I found bears Trucy's signature. Money, get the video camera after Mr. Reyes comes tumbling out. For some reason. I mean, yeah, I can show him the carbon. Yeah, it's a carbon copy. So let's see. Okay, that was something. You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, what get you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster. I'd like you to take a look at Ms. Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract.
Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same.
That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. Yes, keep going. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Ms. Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. It is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Retins. The fact that you bear ill will against my client. The fact is, so the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right?
Objection.
What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Ms. Wright, but his pecuniary? Never seen this word before. I'm a language man, and I've never seen pecuniary? I'm guessing it's pecuniary. That's right. I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show, so I have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? He didn't bear her any ill will, huh? That chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heat behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those grammar magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. I can't prove it with anything, but the things he's said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Retins and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden connection? And what is it now?
Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice?
Is it futile to even ask, Your Honor? Surely, it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims.
Objection.
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me. Once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then. Do proceed. Explain. Did you figure something out, Apollo? No? Not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing.
If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Retins?
Alright, he's just his biggest fan, they're dating, Retins is a magician too, that one was obvious. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Retins did during recess earlier. He had his camera out, and then all of a sudden, whoop! Filming? What you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. See, we're flashing back, so I'm using the previous voice. What if Mr. Retins is a magician too?
What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me.
Well, if he is, he may have had some contract with Ms. Wright somewhere along the way, contact even.
Objection.
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, explain. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Khura'inism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he's gonna get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Retins perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. While I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician, you must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the accused. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony Pony. Pony? Can we get some pony in the chat? 3 days under a frigid waterfall, even you should rise to the level of a monkey. Hey, we've gone from frog to monkey. We're working our way up. A numbskull for a numbskull. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? The thing is, which magician is he? Hold on. I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Gramarye. Oh? No way! That one eureka moment I had, it's coming around. Hey there, Arthur. Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time.
I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us?
Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime.
What?
And what have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to Troop Gramarye in its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Ms. Wright.
I present to you... Yeah. Bing, bang, boom! And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice?
13 years ago, the great Mr. Reyes belonged to Troop Gramarye, but then the troop ousted him, and Mr. Reyes vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? Sole heir? Sole heir? I don't know what to do with that information. The words sole heir sounds like the name Solaire.
But Mr. Reyes is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect.
But is he really dead?
What do you mean, is he really dead?
If the fact that Mr. Reyes is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reyes?
He could be in this very room. He could be you. He could be me. He could even be the guy in the room that I like the least.
What? You mean the victim was an imposter?
Not Mr. Reyes. And what about the real Mr. Reyes?
It would mean the real Mr. Reyes is still alive. That's absurd.
Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Reyes, if not the victim of this case?
Gee, I wonder. It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. Solaris! You were the victim and you were still alive this whole time. How do you do it, bravissimo? This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troop Grammary and wanted to sully its name? The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Reyes in his stead? The real Mr. Reyes is...
Take that!
But that's... Yes. Yes, it is. Roger Rittins is the real Mr. Reyes. What? Him?
Objection!
John Ratings. Oh my god. Rittins. Ratings. Roger Ratings. Rittins is ratings. Oh, I thought all the Khura'in names were going to be painful puns, but this... Thank you for exposing that, author. Timu Johnny Depp. Yes. Oh, hollow red pepper, your impudent seed sprout, naught but meaningless empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera. But not even diehard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by... proving that the Mr. Reyes in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need you to look at this spot on this poster. This is the injury Mr. Reyes sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Pretty careless, huh? Now, Mr. Rittins, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Rittins, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Were you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you're hoping to see? Oh, there it is! The scar! Just as I thought. That's right. I am the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Reyes. Damn, he's just face rolling all those tricks. This is totally absurd. Alright, then what's his game? Why is he revealing himself? Although, we still need to figure out how the murder happened. So, if he reveals himself, like, yeah, he does have a motive, but until we can prove it actually happened, nothing really happened. We don't really solve this case. I'm watching him flip that coin. It disappears into his hand, and then it just spawns on top of his thumb. It's on his thumb, he flips it, he grabs it, and then whoosh, no sleight of hand, just goes right back there. It's distracting. Oh, that's part of the magic? I guess so, he did say his is the real deal. Ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark, carved into me by Troop Gramarye, would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the comic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Reyes, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Reyes. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle.
And when did this man take over for you?
About 2 years ago, taught him my tricks, and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight.
Damn.
Really puts a whole different context to Never Meet Your Heroes, huh? There is a thumb move when he shifts it to the top of his fist, so it could be a good sleight of hand. I suppose so. I retract my statement. Courtesy of my magic, on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show.
You really had us all fooled.
Mr. Ratins, or should I say, Mr. Reyes, in your hatred of Troop Gramarye, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Ms. Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Gramarye name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet, she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramaryes. But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? His head! Just kidding. What the heck was that? Oh my god, his freaking ascot, or whatever it is, becomes a cape. That is an incredible detail. Good lord. The design and the writing in this game, this series. Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough of the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. Does Nayuta know that that Retins did it? Has he become aware of the fact and now he's become a patsy to this whole scheme? What? Recall, defense, at the time of the magic show, Mr. Retins was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. That's right. I forgot all about that. Wow. Was that the first time I've ever seen Apollo transition from his neutral pose into his damaged sprite. Usually, he pops straight there. Usually he gets shocked, and then he goes into it. That's the first time I've actually seen him transition into it. Oh, so what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Imagine you know who he's talking to right now. Who is this in reference to? In fact, who are the two parties that this is in reference to?
Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi.
Very well then. On with the show. Are you watching, Magnifique Gramarye? Time has come for you for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Gramarye line will be no more. Oh, yes. The fact that technically Apollo is a Gramarye as well. Absolutely. The sole heir, you say. I mean, nobody knows that, and then it isn't really a plot point, or maybe it is, who knows? I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. There it is. A simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. You understand now, perhaps? I didn't grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? Your staff did say it was there at the station, so it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. I've got it! Reyes also has a twin. That can't be right. If Mr. Martins is the killer, he'd have to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. Ha! I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Reyes' stage. Except for the trapdoors, maybe. Well, not the trapdoors, like the stage doors. The things that you go down and up between. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoor. Okay, never mind. I made my quip and he countered it. I have been counterplayed. I got Yu-Gi-Oh'd. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. That image of him holding the fire goes hard, I have to admit. Alright, so he was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. Busy working on another TV program, cannot spare any time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. There it is, a simple and perfect alibi, no tricks, no gimmicks. This seems to be the only statement that has something I can work with. How do we know the staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I'll make it my business to perform solo. My magic is neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's a complete opposite of Trucy. Were there many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well? Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. Well, he has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know. Eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now? The thing is, if Bonnie is going to go against her sister, like, he said that he doesn't use assistants, but he was working with Betty. So where is the evidence that ties him to Betty? transportation train. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. What evidence? A bucket was to be used in the case of fire. Not only was it empty. Oh wait. It was the corpse appearing that said was falling were staged by Roger at Tins. So what is the evidence? Bonnie, get the video camera after Maester Reyes comes tumbling out. Plan. There's a perfect alibi, no tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth.
Hold it.
I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with the twins business? You think the audience will you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? To be fair, it wasn't a gimmick, it turned out to actually be the truth. If you don't believe in defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. A perfect alibi, huh? No good, Apollo. I can't find a hole anywhere. Gotta be some kind of trick to it. Oh, there's a trapdoor in there somewhere. Is that a hint? I don't have any. Okay. That's what I figured. You're at the TV station. Let's see a little bit more about this. But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show is progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? Ho-ho! Allow me to stab at reading your mind. Aha! Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes killing the victim? How in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. Driver's a big fan of the ratings Raja. I even gave him my card. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. Might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. Alright, so it's one of those press everything sequences. His alibi really is airtight.
I believe we've heard enough. But I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant. There's no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident.
Yes. The facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with the crime. These last rites of the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of your honor's head.
It is?
That's Taka's seat, baby! The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo, Trissy will be thrown in prison and we'll be out of a job. But if you can catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice. You have to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw. So what now? Turn your thinking around! Behold, my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reyes, and stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Ha 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 ha! Wait. Is he saying that we're still trapped in some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. Make their audience see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? You call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, We're basically making something else happen. What else is he making happen? What we say there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is. Could it be? You know what, Mr. Retins? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't, there actually is. If you've been all taken for a ride by Mr. Retins' magic, maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. Time to rethink all my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? His alibi or nah? I'll have to keep thinking about this one while I run through the script. What have we been taking to the absolute facts of this case? That his alibi is perfect. Or that, well... Oh, that... Well, if I reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe... Athena, there's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Retins' alibi, it's too perfect. That's true. Like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I mean, if his alibi is too perfect, then maybe he just wasn't there, and that the murder was accomplished some other way. I'm not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? Definitely a possibility. Would the defense care to share with everyone what is discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. Roger Retins' guilt, the culprit was on scene, the crime scene. The culprit was on scene. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Retins' perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
Objection.
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection.
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit?
Well, if it's not the culprits, then whose is it?
I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself.
In that case, please point out in the show footage for us.
This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, the shadowy figure, it's Mr. Hat to start with, right? That's a no. Oh no. It was the shadow. It's the shadow. How far back does my my load go to again? Yeah. Alright. We're gonna just mash our way through. Yeah, it's the first shadow. Once again, I was right, but I presented it in the incorrect fashion. So let's go ahead and mash our way back through, shall we?
Objection!
Okay, yeah, he's not 100% sure, but he's on the right track. So he needed to go from the shadow to Mr. Hat, and not directly to Mr. Hat. There's a thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Should have done my safety save here. Let's see, fast forward, wait until Mr. Hat leaves. And then, let's see, let's see, so, oh, there it is. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, the first shadow. Present. Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Ms. Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court? Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then, could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up.
Some other figure? I am afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice.
He's right. You've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand.
What does the second shadow show in the footage?
Okay, what is the second shadow shown in the footage? Let's see. So it happened at exactly the same time as when the dragon fell. Let me see here. The costume made up of his reaction, his rays will come back to life, having him flying into the air, causing another round of surprise. If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Reyes. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery.
The victim?
Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead, and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Retins? Indeed. What of it? I contend that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air.
So you're suggesting that, after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air, just as the prank script says?
Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Imagine prank plan becomes a tongue twister once you're tired enough. Yes, yes you do. That's exactly what's going on here. I'm always tired. Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. We can just look beyond Retin's last bit of misdirection. We should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk just like Mr. Hat. And hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. Just have to figure out what else happened up there at the time.
Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that?
To falsify an alibi, to murder him, to hide the body. Oh! Because Mr. Hat had his own sword, so maybe he was still holding on to it, and yeah. So Bonnie and Betty were helping to pull off this prank, and if they right on cue, they brought him up into the stage, and he got impaled on Mr. Hat's sword. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To murder him? Yeah! So, Mr. had his own sword, he was up in the ceiling, and then going along with a prank script, Mr. E was also brought up there, and then he got impaled on the sword when he got thrust up there, so... The thing is, though, wouldn't that make Bonnie and Betty accessories to the murder? It explains why Mr. Ed has a cut in his back. I'm on the right track, but I'm pulling into the wrong parking spot. No surprise there. Can you expect anything else? Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? Now, did the victim actually die? He was only pretending to be dead in the coffin. If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answer should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. Oh, he doesn't have a stab wound in him at this point, does he? Sword was in the padding on the roof. Oh. Oh, and, does that have anything to do with Trucy doing the sword swap? Or is it just a completely new sword? He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Ms. Wright was called backstage, and just as the set piece fell... But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or blade of some sort. What? You mean... Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And straight into a blade there in the catwalk. Poor guy. He thought he picked up the mantle of his inspiration and ended up being used. Have some chat for Mystery. We already saw him die, but now that we know he was a super fan, that's heartbreaking. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Retins was at the time of death. My man really hitting the Mario side B. Unfortunately, that's not going to reflect the guilt being thrown at you.
But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice?
Whoa, we're going three-dimensional here. Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. It and Mr. Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Cat's cape, there you go. The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up to the cushion. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. And that explains why she was off in the corner chuckling to herself. Because she really was engaging in some harmless mischief. Zooey Mama, I've been played like a fiddle by this writing team. You were used, Betty. Roger Retins used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Retins arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see.
A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off.
As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die.
Ugh.
That's why it was you, Mr. Retins, who killed the victim all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent.
Creamery!
Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. He can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sadmari? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Retins retrieved it after the fact. Retins? which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found, after all.
That is a very good point.
As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage. Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect.
Gah!
It would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused innocence. It is time to let it go and move on. You see in this magnifique gramarye? Our magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The gramarye name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know. That's just what I was thinking.
Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you propose?
Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right. So theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use, which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Reddens couldn't have foreseen. Once I find it, that's how I'll expose this murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Radens, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic.
Up, we're having a brain blast.
As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder wouldn't happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't a part of this show's original script? The, Man of Mystery's death, yeah. Wait. What part of the magic show wasn't a part of the show's original script? So, the set piece falling, Bonnie's mistake, or the Man of Mystery's death. So, was it... Okay. I just want to commit to this before I click on anything. So, yeah, Man of Mystery's death that had to have been planned. The set piece falling was planned. So, Bonnie's mistake, obviously. Bonnie making a mistake. Like, what wasn't planned? A mistake is never planned. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? The Mr. Hat's positioning. Yeah. Her life choices. Come on, Apollo. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? The blood in the coffin hole, the fingerprints in the coffin, the edited show footage. He was covering his tracks. No? Oh, it proved that it wasn't edited. Then why did he edit the footage? The blood in the coffin hole. Oh, the fingerprints on the coffin. No, wait. The blood in the coffin hole. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Where was the blood in the coffin hole, by the way? I don't think I've ever seen the coffin. Whatever. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? Was the, But it was the blood in the coffin hole, wasn't it? Yeah, because the fingerprints wouldn't be affected by that. The blood was on the wrong side of the coffin, too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put blood in the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have swapped the coffin sides, wiped off the fingerprints, and then the facts, dropped it. Yeah. The culprit swapped the coffin sides. That's right. The left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. Apollo was looking kind of grumpy there. Sorry, Mr. Rittins, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, no trick. No? There are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. Nutty. After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Gah. And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Rittins tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. Yeah, because that's what tripped me up in the last stream, was the fact that the fingerprints started at a very unnatural spot, and there was nothing to signpost it. Right. The fact that the fingerprints were so awkward ended up being the final puzzle in the entire game. Good lord. The fingerprinting results. What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his prints would have looked like, oh, never mind, I'm grasping, those fingerprints. However, what we found was, yeah, they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree?
It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way?
They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Ms. Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin, as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that, due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was on the right side of the coffin. And that despite the script, Ms. Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, The hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite to the one Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels.
Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards.
Because the culprit switched the two side panels around,
the prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why did the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side?
I am afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing.
Oh, right! Luminol! I almost forgot.
Sure, Judge, almost.
Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood, even if it's been wiped away, correct?
That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Ratens? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I? Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence. Ah, but I do have proof. What? Now, this may sound bad, but a person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Ms. Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side.
Oh my, you're absolutely right!
Why, you imputant! I'm sure you realize by now, Prosecutor Sadmari, that your claim that Ms. Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accursed... You and the accused. Really? Ms. Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Oh, damn. How do you wombo combo yourself, man? I mean, obviously with your own beads, but still. Even when unintentionally breaking his own beads, he does it fabulously. And that was the breakdown I was waiting for. Good night, Prosecutor Sadmari. As for the true culprit, he's someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Ratens. Gramarye. All the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. Come on, let's see that point. Give us the game over. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently. All my secrets have been revealed, have they? Huh. Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true real magic. There's no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Reyes. Witness a magic far greater than troop Gramarye's. Burn! Crumble! Fall to my furious flames. The great Mr. Reyes will bring an end to you all! And now for the final heir to the Gramarye name. Right here, right now, you too shall burn. Huh? No.
This isn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Stop. No, no, no. Curse you, Grammary.
Burning that likeness of La Miroir, he should go to jail just for that. Curse those Grammaries. Well, at least Mr. Lawyer Man ain't the one to... At least Mr. Lawyer Man ain't a Grammary. Apollo is so cool in Spirit of Justice. I agree. He really pulled this off in style. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me.
Curse them all to the abyss!
Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man?
You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Grammary, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifique, he took it all from me.
But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder.
What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me. That's all.
I get it now. That attitude towards magic is why Grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician!
Don't deserve?
I don't know about that.
After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
You see? So in the end, Troop Grammary was defeated by the great Mr. Reyes. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy, right? You don't even deserve to call me a magician. You naive greenhorn. Take that, Grammary. You lose.
Anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy.
This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Raytons away. And bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe.
Should have filled up that fire bucket.
It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show.
It was close. We just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down?
Ms. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do?
Yes, Your Honor. The judge is a grandfather, after all.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Tracy Wright, not guilty.
Everybody's happy. Except for you, you're never happy. And he was able to replace and or fix his necklace in time.
Court is adjourned.
April 28, District Court. Defendant. LeB. Number 3. Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your shop tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Reyes is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him. Let it go and move on, Apollo. You can't fight fate. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Rayton's used us. We're victims too. Even made me an accomplice to murder. But, Betty, you have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Raytons. Huh. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate me. But, Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I've always hated her. Really? If we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. But Betty, you still have her autograph from... Just shut up! Was she acting that way the whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy. Never knew that being the best could be so tough. Well... Sorry to break your heart, but break your hearts, chat. But I think at least one of them is already taken. One of them is already accounted for. Wow, Trucy. Never knew that being the best could be so tough. You know what? This is really giving me the Blackwell's sister. The way she felt towards Athena's mother. This is very similar to that. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. You have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true, so zip it, dummy! Polly? Do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? Nani? No way. She's not. You're gonna take the words of the professional gaslighter here? I'm on. See? So in the end, true gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Reyes. I think he's the one who has no right to do anything, to do or say anything. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what ratings said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe it was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful gramarye magician. I keep on almost saying musician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful gramarye magician because of this. Because you have heart. My grandfather's notebook? Gramarye Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnifique could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy. A great magician? Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Rayton said. Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? I remember what you said to me in the detention center. After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. Just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. How can you say that? You have any proof it wasn't me? I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry, you're going to be fine! Your words are what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be. Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could make that happen. Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. Aura, there you go. The idea of having one of them is dead, but something magical has taken its place. Exactly. I do play Saturnian-inspired games. You found this channel from the Tyrian Cuthbert original. Oh! I saw your comment, but for some reason, YouTube hid it from me, and by the time I found it, it was months and months ahead of time, so it felt kind of awkward to just reply to it after all that time. So that was you. Yeah, the murders on the Yangtze River. I'll take a look at that. I have a feeling that YouTube hid your comment from me because of the word murders in the name of the game. You hope we don't immediately go into zero after this? Why is that? I thought everyone would have been on bated breath for me to do zero. I should reply regardless of time. Yes, I should. That is a point of improvement for me. So, sorry about that, author. But hey, you're able to see me directly, so Something special about that. Anyways, Trucy asks, but why? Well, wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadmati what a good person you are. I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Something wrong, Emma? Oh. She saw Sadmati walk in, and she's like, "Oh boy, everyone, quiet! The aura man has come through. You're personally hoping that I managed to get Arc done before 0. Probably shouldn't speak for. I prefer seeing shorter games over the longer ones. Is that the order you want me to do them in? Arc 1 and 2? Prosecutor Sadmati, what are you doing here? Detective Sky. Yes? I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait, Prosecutor Sadmati! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? Actually, no, and that's exactly why we're strangers, I'm guessing is his answer. You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff? What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you'll excuse me... There he goes. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmati? Let's just say we're old acquaintances. Acquaintances? Seemed like something more than that. Yeah, well, you don't like to talk about your past, do you? We're gonna have to peel it away game by game. You have a former beau that we didn't know about before? Because you always change the subject. I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now... Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future. Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Huh. 1 and 2, and then Arc. But if only one can be done before 0, then it should be Arc. Alrighty then. Although, let me see here. In about, let me see, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So in about 2 weeks, I know exactly the game I'm going to be playing, and it's not one that we've been talking about in chat. I think you can guess which game it is. Actually, there's a number of them. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. Beep. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo. Ugh, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort any time. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real, full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course! I wouldn't miss it for the world! Full-fledged. So, Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No. He just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay then, I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. Best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but good, then it's settled. Yeah, the best seat in the house, on the stage.
Objection!
I should have known. Here it comes. This is what she meant! Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop! Ah! And the crowd cheers. And that is how Trucy and Grammary Land ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of an ending is that? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end. Sheesh. This game is gonna take, I don't know, a lot longer than usual in order to close out one of these legal sim visual novels. One more save just because you're all special. We're returning to the games menu. Intensified. That's a good case? Yep. Alright. So, you said that East 1 and 2, those are like 1 or 2 streams each. And then Arc is a little bit longer than that. Let's just say that the game that I want to play in about 2 weeks, it's gonna be a short form. It's not gonna be a short form. It's gonna be a long form game. So, if I start another long form game, I might have to do the Resident Evil thing, or might have to do it in the same way that I did Dark Cloud 2, where I do a single session. But I don't know. Chat, what do you think about me alternating games? The 2 main sessions of the week goes toward my long form game, while my 3rd session on the weekend goes toward anything else, quite possibly a second long form game. And then I wait for the first long form game to conclude before I move the secondary long form game into the primary long form slot. You heard Dark Claude? That sounds about right. I kept on saying Claude is Cloud when I played the game. That was because I was saying names in funny ways. But hey, that's what being on the Discord is for. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for this leg of the journey through the 6th Ace Attorney game and the finale to Turnabout Magic, or whatever it was called. You're not the one updating the playlist, that's what you think. I see. And by the way, I fixed all of my playlists. So, I don't know why my playlists were made in order of, I don't even know. They were put into reverse order. So I fixed all my playlists, so now you should be going in descending order. And really, I should have known based off the fact that the thumbnail for every single playlist was the incorrect order. Dark Cloud doesn't scream victory. He quietly whispers, "Your defeat." He also whispers, "No, that's too sad." But anyways, you're very welcome for the stream. Glad you had fun. Lorf. And thank you if you're watching this stream as a VOD, so you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It is in the description. It'll let you know when the next stream comes up. Next time, we re-adjourn for Case 3, Investigation Day 1. And considering how intense the first 2 cases were, where the heck are we gonna go now? That is a question that we will answer next time. Until then, I'm out.